Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I remembered to unmute tonight. Yes, it's amazing. Sometimes I can remember to do that. Because instead, I did something really silly before the stream and drug a heavy computer over here, because several people asked me the same question about this silly cable here. I don't know if it's because they want to buy one or because they want to see me struggle with dip switches on what should otherwise be a Mac stream. Little did they know that I would actually try to test it tonight because well, you can't see it, but I have another reason why I kind of need to test the cable. And I see I have some jokesters in the chat. Along with Frank S., Joe's Computer Museum, Trina's Technobabble, and let's see here, Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack, and Eric's Edge. Welcome! Alright. I think I'll have a jam-packed episode, I hope. Who knows? Maybe I might even cause smoke to come out of something, although hopefully not. But first, I think, just to get this out of the way before I forget, assuming I can figure out which of these jumper dip switches match the cable I have. Oh, that's nice. Do I have an 8200 or an 82,000 or an 83,000? Oh, I have an 83,000 because it has, or 82,000 because it has 12 dip switches. How wonderful. Alright, so what am I testing here? So, I guess, Ron tagged me in a question on Twitter or X or whatever they're calling themselves today. I don't know. Apple approved their single character app name, so it's probably about time for them to decide that they'd rather be Y, because why not? Make Apple change their name again to another single character name. Whatever their name du jour is. Maybe tomorrow they'll decide that Twitter was actually a better name than X, and I'll go back to it. But anyway, someone asked the question about this cable. Ron saw it and tagged me, and then Joe followed up and said, hey, I'd like to know too, because I'm going to need to buy one of those. So something tells me Joe might have a Sun workstation or an IBM Power PC or an SGI computer of some sort. Oh, hey Kibbs. So I thought I would drag the SGI Octane over to the bench. It's actually currently on the lower shelf because reasons. This desk will not be knocked over very easily. Although, oh, Joe actually has a Mac that needs it. Interesting. Well, Joe, I can confirm if it works on an SGI for you. I don't have a Mac that uses this weird cable pinout, but I'm sure one of the dip switch settings will probably work. Who knows? Maybe Apple followed the IBM Power's PC standard. Anyways, I think I'm going to set this for... Well, that's annoying. On or off? Alright, well, on... So I'm going to set this for horizontal and vertical sync out, because I think that's what my monitor does. And we're going to test this real quick. So... Alright, so it looks like for switch 1, I'll leave those both on for now. Switch 3 is off. Switch 4, I guess switch 4 and 5 I'll leave on. Switch 6 is on. So it looks like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 should be off. And 12 is on. I'm already kind of not liking the fact that there's 4 dip switches that say they could be on or off, with no elaboration. Wonderful. Alright, so I've got the cable. I have the SGI under the bench. I'll have to go around the bench to install the cable. And I do have a silly question that maybe someone in the chat can answer, but where is the power switch on an Octane? And hopefully the answer's not the keyboard. I'm kind of afraid it might be the keyboard. There's a reason why I'm afraid it might be the keyboard. Alright, we'll plug this lovely cable in. Put the other end into my scaler. Alright. Plug power into the SGI. Let me knock important things off my workbench in the process. Alright. And now let me turn my smart outlet on. And I'll check the chat real quick. And let's see here. Smart outlet is on. Oh, and it looks like the SGI just fired right up. Oh. And of course I knocked the well, it's got a lovely red light on the front of it. Oh, let me guess. I'm going to have to play the SGI dance. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where the power button is because my SGI doesn't have a faceplate on it. Let me try a power cycle. Alright, so I got a green light on the bottom, and then I got a red light in the middle. Oh, there you go. The cable works. So, there you go. Confirmed. The cable does work with an Octane. Now, I don't know if that helps you, Joe, but it does help the person that asked on Twitter that I think was actually going to use it with an SGI, so wonderful. Also, I cannot read a bit of that text. I hope it's not telling me something important. Oh, I could also just like do something like, oh, there we go. Keyboard diagnostic failed. Check or replace keyboard and cable. Well, I don't have a keyboard, so that'd be why that failed. Internal SCSI device cable diagnostic failed. External SCSI device cable diagnostic failed. Well, I have no SCSI devices. Cannot connect to keyboard, check the cable. Cannot open keyboard for input. Cannot connect to keyboard, check the cable. Cannot open keyboard for input. Yeah, I don't have a keyboard. But that's good. Yeah, that could be a problem for my stream next week unless I can set NVRAM settings by serial cable, because I don't... Oh, wait. There was one thing I was going to check. Yeah, it's missing the keyboard. That is a nice picture. But you know, this is a Mac stream, so I guess I can check the other thing later. The main important thing is the cable works. I can confirm the cable works. And now we can get on with the main event. Now, of course, if you are feeling bad that I don't have an SGI keyboard, I don't know if a regular PS2 keyboard will work. If you're feeling bad that I don't have a PS2 keyboard or would like to maybe help me get a few parts for some of the fun computers I'll have in upcoming streams, or possibly even parts for this motherboard or this logic board from a sorry-looking Beige G3 Desktop, then I've got the new coffee goal. There's, you can see the new status bar. Links in the video description. I always appreciate everything you do, including the liking and subscribing and sharing with your friends. But, yes, the coffee goal... Well, I'm hoping I don't have to buy the SGI keyboard, but... Well, I guess I'll find out before the stream, because if I will need a proprietary keyboard, I may have to do something else next Tuesday. Because I don't think I'm... unless I can find a cheap SGI keyboard that works. So, yeah, it's Unix. You can most likely send it to the moon through serial. Yeah, I think it's got a serial monitor on it. In fact, I've got a coworker that is going to give me some notes. Because he's got, like, the magic settings in notes of, like, what the settings are for the serial port. So, hey, Steve! So, anyways, I guess to conclude things for that small little test, I'm sure Ian will be glad to hear that I did not have to do the SGI dance to get an image. So, I probably will have to next week. I am, though, for, I guess, everyone's benefit that might want that cable that I ordered, I am going to put a link in the chat here real quick. I will point out, I'm sure Joe is like, oh, well, I've got an Amazon link, but, well, I think the seller does sell them on Amazon, but I actually ordered it from their eBay store. And they shipped it promptly, and I got it in like, golly gee, I think I got it in like 2 days. It was like amazing. Let's see, I ordered it the 25th. Oh yeah, there we go. It shipped from Brooklyn, or actually I guess Lynbrook. It shipped from Lynbrook, New York on the 25th, and I got it the 27th. So there, 2 days. Now, they do have I think they sell them on Amazon, but their Amazon lead time was like a week or two. Their eBay store was like, eBay's like, you'll get it in 3 to 4 days. I'm like, well, of course I'm going to buy it on eBay. I can get it in 3 to 4 days and not 1 to 2 weeks. So, yay! All right. Joe ordered one. All right. Well, Joe, you can let us know how it works with the Mac, but at least I can say it does work with the SGI Octane. That is awesome. Moving on to the PowerMac G3 Desktop. This is not a 7375 7600 main board. It is a G3. Now, I think that is the same form factor, though, so I could see the confusion, but yeah, this is a G3 processor. Steve's wondering if it'll work with the old Apple monochrome displays with those connectors. I don't know. Um, Steve, maybe you could order one and find out for us. I'm assuming you have a... Well, actually, that was that weird proprietary connector to VGA, so it may actually not work with those weird Apple monochrome monitors. So, yeah, Sloopy's like, at least the connector will work. Anyways, just to show, this is a G3, because the G3 has a ZIF socket. Interestingly enough, it's called socket A, which I believe has nothing to do with... Yeah, it has nothing to do with socket A on the PC platform. Thanks, AMD, but I think Apple beat you to it. Maybe. And again, maybe AMD... No, yeah, I think Apple may have had socket A first. So, what have I done to this board since it last made an appearance on my stream? I've removed it from the case. You probably remember it was in a very sad-looking case. I removed it from the case. I have given it an isopropyl alcohol bath, although my toothbrush didn't fit between the slots, so there is still grime on the board, but it's much cleaner than it was. I am going to go over and grab the heatsink out of the case, so I can put the heatsink on the processor. I am not going to put it back in the case for now. I am just going to use the processor, this PC power supply, so I will have to change the jumper. I will have to go steal my power cable from the SGI, but I am going to power this up with the PC power supply. Therefore, before I forget, I do need to change this jumper right here, because the G3 Desktop uses a Mac-style power supply. And actually, I'm realizing folks are probably like, Justin, you're forgetting something. Yes, since I am about to start working on this board, yes, let me, and also because I stabbed my thumb with the supports on a 3D print in a genius stroke of trying to remove them. There we go. Yes, at least I didn't do that on stream, or this would be a Rutk Mods production. What was that 3D printing? A piece for the SGI. Alright, so before I forget, because this is a very important jumper, right now it's on Mac supply because the G3 Desktop uses a Mac-style supply. Now, if this was in a G3 Tower, I believe that actually uses an ATX-style supply from some things I've read online, assuming that can be trusted. Can you really trust the internet all the time? I don't know. So now, and Steve's the one that told me this, so thanks, Steve, for the great suggestion. So now I can power this up with an ATX power supply. And the cool thing is, I'll plug in the ADB keyboard, and the power button will work to turn it on. Oh, it looks like, oh, Gutbomb's here, I think. Oh, yeah, there we go. Sometimes I miss entrances in the chat when I'm paying attention to plugging things in. And we have Javier, and we have 1-Bit Fever Dreams. Welcome. I was just about to go grab some important things. Now, one thing I am going to try, though, partly because I do not know if the RAM that came with the system works, but I did test this DIMM on Dave's stream. This is I think this is a 256 megabyte DIMM. It is PC 100, but I suspect it'll work in PC 66 mode, because the motherboard I was testing it in was a socket 7 motherboard, so there we go. But I do know that works, so I'm going to actually use that one. It is a nice Kingston brand, so it has that going for it. I am going to leave the video RAM upgrade out. I'm actually going to leave the cache out. I'm actually not even going to bother to plug in any drives. I just want to see if I get a video image. But I am going to need the heatsink. So let me go grab that. And while I'm grabbing that, I will plug in the power cable to the ATX power supply. I will probably, if I can get this motherboard, or if I can get this logic board working, I got PC on the brain. If I can get this logic board working, then I'll probably recap the original power supply, or service it, because I think it probably needs some love. Alright, let me go grab that heatsink and anything else that was in the case that I might need. Alright, there's the heatsink. Alright, let me plug in the power cable. Alright. So, see here. Oh, let me turn my smart outlet back on. In this case, the Mac won't turn on until I hit the power button. Alright, I am just going to simply set the heatsink on the G3 for the moment. Actually, I'll kind of lightly hold it for this power up, because I just want to see what it does. But first, let me make sure I'm on the correct VGA input on the scaler. I will hit the power button. We'll leave it on the logic board momentarily to make sure we don't have any fireworks. And assuming there's no fireworks, then I will go to the capture device. And I did look to see if I could pull the speaker off. The speaker is kind of rusted to the case, and as soon as I started pressing the release clip on the plastic for the speaker, I heard the starts of cracking plastic. So the speaker is not going to be here for the power up. The only thing I might be able to do is if the 2CI uses a compatible speaker, I can grab the one I have for 2CI. Maybe someone in the chat can confirm. But anyways, alright, let's see here. 3, 2, 1. Alright, I did see keyboard LEDs flash. The power supply fan is on. My video adapter should be jumpered for 640 by 480. And okay, I'm getting confirmation a 2CI speaker should work. Alright. Alright, power off, because I'm kind of thought I should see something beforehand. Alright, let me see if I can get the... Oh, here we go. 2CI speaker. Oh, I think it even has the same Oh, it does have the same connector. My, Apple must have gotten a good pricing on the connector. Alright, so it's not keyed The 2CI wasn't keyed. The G3 is. Steve is telling me I'm missing the ROM dim. Oh! Why I am. Guess, I made a silly mistake, Steve, on a previous stream, and no one caught the error. I said that that was a cache dim. But now I see that that was a really silly, really silly mistake. And let me go get the ROM dim. Because I see that the cache is actually on the CPU card. Alright, well, I'm going to attach the heatsink. Alright, let me go get the ROM dim. Of course it's not going to do anything. Actually, I meant to do that. Steve, you get plus 10 street cred for noticing. Congratulations, you're a winner. Yeah, thanks, Steve, for not letting me suffer too long. I will virtually send your street cred now. There we go. Yes, I saw it. Okay. Okay, heatsink is now being held on by the proper clip. Speaker is plugged in. We have a ROM dim, so we might actually hear a chime. Or not. Oh, hey, Thomas. Okay, I did not hear a chime. Alright, I know I've been told that these G3s do not need it. But I'm going to dig one off my bench anyways and put it in, and that would be a battery. If I can find it. Okay, well, that is, okay, not doing anything. Alright, let me... Let me find the battery that I saw earlier. Oh. Well, here's the original battery. I got the original battery. Guess I could see if there's any juice left in it. Oh, here's the battery I was looking for. Alright. I'm presuming it does not need the personality card. Okay, let's try this again. 3, 2, 1. Is the LED on the board on? I don't know that there's an LED on the board. Steve's asking, or does that model have a header and plug into the case for the light? Personality card has the sound. Oh, yeah! That's why they call it the personality card. Honestly, I didn't want to plug this card in because it's like one of the worst looking parts of the system, but that's the back side of the personality card. Luckily, the card itself looks fine. It's just the back side is like super rusty. Actually, probably the front side under the sticker's super rusty too. Arrgh. All right. Let's try that again. Now maybe it'll chime. 3, 2, 1. That was, okay, let's try that again because that did not sound like a happy chime. That sounded like glass breaking. All right, try that again. 3, 2, 1. All right. I'm moving the mic closer so you can maybe hear it. Oh, I'm moving the board closer so that it won't actually play the sound again because it knows it's being watched. Maybe this DIMM is not compatible. Try other slots modules. All right. Steve thinks it's bad memory. Okay. Well, this module worked with the PC. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Probably did work with the PC. Let me see here. Maybe I should just go grab the original 3. All right, I'll be back. Luckily, they're not that far away. Also, while I'm at it, I just grabbed the rest of the parts that go along with this Mac, including a kind of rusty bracketed Apple Network card, a kind of rusty bracketed USB card from StarTech, and, well, I'm going to try the OWC memory because OWC owns newer technology, and Steve was working on this thing in a, you should become one of Steve's patrons, and then you would see what thing he was working on. See, haha, I almost gave Steve's secrets away. But I caught myself. Alright. Maybe you'll hear it now. Or not. Oh, wait. Is this a case where I may need to reset the CUDA? There we go. Try it with no memory and see if it does the same. Ah, good question. Alright. No memory. Alright, no memory test. Mic close so you all can hear it. 3. That was a failed countdown, but there it did it. Yeah. Yeah, Kibbs is saying, first we have an AMD fan board. Now we have an Apple that won't memory. Yeah. Oh, hey, Curtis. Any original 6809 based Mac prototypes designed by Jeff Raskin on the show today? No, not unless the one's hiding in an SGI that I didn't know about. But considering it told me it was an SGI Octane when I tried to power it up, that's probably not the case. Okay. Well, let's see here. Hopefully I didn't do something wrong by giving this thing an isopropyl bath. But honestly, I guess I couldn't have done much worse to it. Okay, let's try this memory module. Oh, wait a minute. We had a different chime. Yeah, Kibbs heard it. Silly question, Steve. Why is that first one called bank 0 if the memory needs to go in bank 2 first? I mean, just asking. But I'll try it. Yeah, that was the saddest sounding bong, which is actually what the board was doing before its isopropyl bath, so at least I haven't damaged it. Alright. Wait a minute! I know you couldn't hear that. That sounded good. That chime actually sounded good. Macs don't care about the banks in Power Macs usually. Okay. That chime actually, I couldn't hear any static in the chime, but it was very faint, probably because this speaker's probably the wrong one. So, wonder how long until we get a video image? Is this the point of the stream where I wish I had a PCI video card for a Mac? Probably. Slot 0 might be borked. Yeah, it could be. Hey, Mikey. Oh, you all can't see what I'm... Okay. Yeah, there's no video image coming from the Mac. Alright, let me just see if anything feels hot. No. Cache kind of feels warm. Yeah, I think I should probably have a video image by now. Alright, let me see if I can retry that and maybe you all hear the chime. Or, of course, it didn't chime that time. Well... Oh, Mac, thank you, Steve. Steve just sent me the service manual. Okay, let me try that again. There we go. Power Macintosh Server G3 Mini Tower. Troubleshooting. Symptom charts. Voltage regulator. Processor module. Let's see, jumper location J16. Wait a minute. Discrepancy noted. Alright. Okay. I just noticed a discrepancy here. Alright. Thank you, Steve. That answered a question I was too afraid to ask. So, jumper location J16. The jumper block you place at location J16 configures the board to work with different processor modules. So, processor speed at 233 is red, 266 is white, 300 is black, and 333 is green. And the jumper block is protected by a warranty void sticker. Alright. For those of you enterprising guessers, you probably know where this is leading. Alright, so, notice my board has the void if seal warranty is broken. Or maybe that actually says void warranty if seal is broken, but changed my mind. I mean, come on. Come on, Apple. Did you really have to put the great giant space between void if seal and warranty is broken? Anyways, that is a green jumper block. Yeah, I know. Yep, the desktop and the tower and the Molar Mac all share the same board. The Molar Mac has some different... in fact, actually, I think the personality card has the connector for the Molar Mac on it. Anyways, so what was I getting at? All right, so this has the green jumper, which is for 233. And if I'm not mistaken, this is the 266 processor. Hey, Sad Mac. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to remove the warranty sticker because I'm probably going to have to manually jumper it for... I don't want to break the warranty, but I also don't have a... I don't have a 333 G3 processor. But yeah, sure enough, this is an XPC 750 ARX 266PE. And the sticker, unfortunately, the sticker says it's... I'm too close to it, so I'm not complaining about it focusing. All right, I know I'm... Okay, focus, you silly thing. I know I'm about to your focus point. Okay, focus. Focus. Yeah, the jumpers can be used to overclock, but I have never heard of a 266 successfully overclocking to 333. They usually only go a step. There we go. Yeah, this is a... Yeah, I'm going to use jumpers to manually... yeah, I don't really want to remove the seal, but I kind of have to, so... Alright, well, I guess, this might be one of the last G3s that had a intact warranty. I just voided it. Does anyone know what the jumper settings should be? Because that would surprise me if that is in the service manual. I'm thinking that might be why this is entirely unhappy. So, I guess I'll be looking for a 333 processor, because that means this thing was originally a 333, and someone did a processor swap. Yeah, my authorized Apple Service Center is going to be disappointed in me. I'm sure my local geniuses will be too. All right, let me see if I can find the jumper settings. G3. Here we go. Oh, come on. I just want a very straightforward setting. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. So... Alright, so let me see if I can't remove this jumper block, which is probably going to be fairly stuck because it's been there for years. There we go. Alright. Okay. So now, because I'm going to go for accuracy, I'm going to use my white jumpers because that's what a 266 would be jumpered with. That'll be a mental reminder of what this is jumpered for because it's... Yeah, let's see here. So it looks like I should have J2 and J4. Oh, wait. Okay, these jumpers seem to be larger than what this was intended for, but whatever. J2, J4. I guess I'll have to get some mini jumpers. I can't see the chat because of the screen that's in front of me to set these jumpers. And it looks like 5 and 6 and 7 should also be shorted. And I'm sure someone's probably screaming in the chat something like not entirely obvious, like, you can maybe change that jumper block, although that'd be weird. Alright, let's see here. So it should be 5, 6, and 7. These jumpers aren't fitting. Alright, let me go back to the chat for... It's in the service manual? No, I don't see it in the service manual, Steve. It just says new jumper location. Oh, it is in the... No, I see it now. The only problem is I don't have many jumpers. Yeah, it's on page 69. I see it now. I'm having trouble. These jumpers won't fit. They're too big. I'm trying to think if I have any mini jumpers somewhere. I mean, somewhere I think I've got a bag of jumpers, and there's probably some mini jumpers in it that I've scavenged from something, but I don't wire wrap those pegs. I don't have any wire wrap wire. Hold on. I'm trying to think of something I might have that has mini jumpers on it that I can steal the jumpers off of it and not feel too bad. Unfortunately, most PCs don't use mini jumpers. I don't have enough hard drives. It's for the desktop jumper values may differ according to the manual. Yeah, I think the processor jumpers are fine. The website I found details all of the jumper settings, and what's in this manual matches what I think it should be. I'm having trouble trying to figure out where I've got small jumpers because these are like the small ones. I didn't expect that I would need them. Quite honestly, I didn't think it was. I could not find. I actually looked up a service manual earlier to try to figure out what the green jumper block meant, but apparently Steve was successful in finding a later version of the service manual than I was, and it admits that the green jumper is for 333 megahertz. Steve, I got enough problems with this board as it is. I don't need to add soldering them to it. Give me one more moment. I probably have some small jumpers somewhere. The only problem is, annoyingly enough, I think the 266 processor is the one that needs the most. I might have to try soldering them, but I really don't want to do that. I'm trying not to do Justin Destroys Another Board Part a Billion. Alright, I think one of these bins has some jumpers in it. Problem is, I don't know which one right offhand. And I think there's so many jumpers in that bag. Yes, if you'd like to help me buy things that I don't need yet, but might in the future, that's what my coffee goal goes towards. Buying things that I don't need now, but might need in the future. I doubt this is going to work. Well, I'm not the big bad biologist, and I don't have a big bad vice in my basement. And these are too big. Okay. This is called Justin didn't realize this system was overclocked, or I would have probably tried to find some small jumpers. Use I really I don't have any wires that I can comfortably put in that small area without shorting them. I don't want to short out my logic board. I'm trying not to be my stubborn self for no reason. I really don't want to short anything out on this board. It's already had a rough enough life as it is. I would really rather use jumpers. If I rotate this block 180 degrees, then this would jumper the system for. Oh, now you're gonna make me actually try to figure this out in my head. Okay. So, okay, if I rotated this 180 degrees, then it would be jumpered for. An invalid setting. Yeah, yeah, it would be an invalid setting. The PCI multiplier would be set to something that's not defined in the guide. Oh, and the PCI bus speed would be set to something that's not defined. And the multiplier would be set to 8x. So um, do I have wires with DuPont connectors like ones that come with breadboards? That's what I just tried. These are mini jumpers. The DuPont wires I have don't fit. Unless you're suggesting I try to take them out of the plastic, but I'm afraid they'll short together. This is like I'm I I mean seriously, these are mini jumpers. I only have regular size jumpers. Because nothing. This is the first thing I've worked on that had mini jumpers that I actually needed. Yeah, these DuPont. Do I have enameled? Steve, I really don't feel like risking this board with solder. I know you all are trying to get me to, like, power this thing up. I really don't want to solder the jumpers. Because Apple didn't solder the jumpers, so I don't really want to either. But I know you all are going to insist, so... Alright, let me get my bench to where I can try to solder jumpers. This is how Justin destroys boards. I mean, seriously, I think this is a bad idea, but you all are being insistent. And Steve, I have my spell checker on in my brain. I knew what you meant. Do I have any old, wide, SCSI drives with small jumpers? Hold, please. Please continue to hold. The next available brain cells will be with you momentarily, just as soon as I remember where the drives that I have are. Well, okay. Wide SCSI drive number 1 does not have any jumpers on it. Seriously. Okay. Okay, let me check the other SCSI drive that I have. This one has no jumpers on it. It's a no use. And the other one I have has no jumpers on it. Alright. I got it. Okay. Let me look. I know I've got to have some mini jumpers on something down here. Alright. All might have convinced me. Oh, well, that's because the device has dip switches on it. That won't work. Alright, okay. Alright, I have no mini jumpers. Alright, I guess I'll solder the jumper positions. I really am not excited about this. Oh, hey, Bruce. Well, Bruce, I have, like, several old SCSI hard drives, and 2 of them have no jumpers on them at all. I have a quantum hard drive that has 1 jumper on it. That's not enough. I have, or had, an old IBM drive that I think I finally got rid of because it was deader than a doornail and I got tired of looking at it. Which actually probably pulled the. Well, it may have not had any jumpers on it though. Or I've knocked them on the floor. And I highly suspect the SCSI drive that I haven't received yet for the SGI probably has no jumpers on it either, because they're like wide SCSI that I think are jumpered by the backplane. Yeah, I'm like. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I really kind of wanted to get somewhere on this machine. All right, let me exhaust all avenues because I've got like too many jumpers on my compact flash adapter, which I guess I can remove, and I've got a jumper on the quantum hard drive, so that's 3. And I need 1, 2. Okay, I need 5 jumpers. Okay, do I have 2 more jumpers hiding underneath something? Oh, well, I found one of the Glitchworks boards I was looking for. Yeah, I wish I had. Yeah, unfortunately, this is a case of sometimes I can only order things that I know I need, and well, so therefore I didn't order mini jumpers. Of course, I probably didn't realize I would have anything that would need them. Okay, I need 2 more of those jumpers. Something I have around here has to have 2 of those jumpers. I'm gonna try to think positively and try to remember what I've seen around here that has 2 more of those jumpers on it. Maybe an old PC or Amiga floppy drive, maybe. Okay, I've got 1 more. All right. Okay, I've got 4 jumpers. I need 1 more jumper. Okay. This is called. Hey. Okay. I think I got 5 jumpers. Okay. I think I found 5 devices or 4 devices that have 5 mini jumpers on them. And let me take pictures of them so I can put the jumpers back in the right place. Because only one of these devices is non-functional. Alright. There's where that one is. I probably really don't need to bother taking a picture of the Amiga floppy drive because it's deader than a doornail. I think the read-write head's shot on it or something like that. Oh, this Quantum's hard drive, the jumper is interestingly enough on the EAP position. Alright, and then my... Alright. There we go. I got 5 jumpers. I've got some old IDE drives, but they all have the full-size jumpers on them. Trina, there's no way I'm going to be able to stream for 6 hours. Okay. First, the thing is, I think these are mini jumpers, and I will see momentarily. Alright. I will put mini jumpers on my list of things. Oh, I don't think this is a mini jumper. Oh, maybe it is. I made it fit anyways. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3. Oh, these are not mini jumpers. Or rather, they are mini jumpers, but they're too big width-wise. Okay, well, that's not going to work. Alright. I know, Joe. Alright. Okay, well, I guess for next time I'll just have to buy mini jumpers, but for now... Alright. I guess I'll solder. I know. Alright. I mean, seriously, if I'd realized I was going to need mini jumpers, I would have bought a small package of them. But sometimes I just have to make do with what I already have, and tonight's going to be one of those nights. And if I mess this board up, I mess this board up, and... I'll blame Spindler on it. Trina, I do have another project to work on, but I was not expecting to start on it so early. It's a project that will probably likely cause me to lose viewers, because no one wants to sit here and watch me work on floppy drives for... I'm gonna solder. I'm gonna try this. Because otherwise, I mean, I honestly did not realize that the board was jumpered wrong. It's not a failure mode I honestly had anticipated. Yeah, Jeremy, I don't know when I'll be able to order parts for the Sam Coop clone. It's not something I'm imminently going to jump out and do. Because it sounds like I'm going to need to order a lot of parts, so I'll have to schedule when I want to build it. I know, I'm trying not to beat myself up, Joe. Okay. Alright. Do I want to fight with enameled wire? Not really. Let me see if I have some thin component legs floating around on my bench that might be a little easier to solder. Oh, hey, Retro Techie. Nick, I don't have any wire wrapping wire. I don't know that I have any wire that is small enough to fit other than enameled wire, but it's enameled, and I'd have to sit here and... Well, you know, I guess I could burn some enamel off the enameled wire and see if it'll hold. It's at least one step better than... I mean, seriously, I don't have wire wrapping wire because quite honestly, I had no visions of building a circuit board with wire wrap and didn't realize how handy it can be when you don't have jumpers. All right, let me see if I can burn some enamel off of this. Oh, hey, Sorcerer Stan. Oh, Kibbs, it's not me worried about it exploding. It's me worried about being a klutz tonight and burning the PCB. No, I guess I will solder because I don't know. I'm like... Actually, in reality, the reason I don't want to solder it is because it's not original. And my brain is like right now stuck on, I want to keep this thing original, even though the case is like so rusty it's not even funny. The plastic's intact. Till I breathe on it wrong. Okay. Alright. My problem with enameled wire is I lose it everywhere on my workbench. Put a ball of solder on the end of your iron, start at the very bare end of the wire, and slowly slide the ball up the solder wire to right up the wire super easy. Okay. No, yeah, that's where I'm struggling, Steve. It's like Apple didn't solder it. I know it's a solder block. It's like on the underside of the board. Sometimes this is my struggle with projects. It's like I want to keep it original, but like the case needs... Yeah, no, the case needs some work anyways, but the logic board's original. Yeah, this is my struggle with projects. That's why I have like lots of projects that aren't done yet, is because it's like I like things to look original, and you can more easily convince me to do a mod when you got to deal with RF televisions otherwise, because nobody's got time for that. But it's like, all right, well, I'll solder some jumpers on because I really would like to see if this thing would actually work. Okay. Do I have mini grabber jumpers to jump it? Mini grabber jumpers. Bridge with my fingers. Mini grabber jumpers. I don't know. I don't actually not quite sure exactly what you're describing. The problem is it's one of these mini jumper blocks, and I don't have any jumpers that are small enough to fit it. The mini jumpers I have that have the correct pin spacing are too wide. Okay. Oh, like I see pin clips. You know, the more I think about it, the more I seemingly think that people have reprogrammed these jumper blocks for other CPUs, but unfortunately there's not enough metal pieces. Okay. I'm like, Eric, I have ripped so many traces that I it's I am like it's not even funny how much I um Jedi mind trick's not gonna work on this board because uh Disney didn't own the Star Wars before at the time. I don't know. That didn't even make sense. Yeah, yeah, Nick. The jumpers I have had the correct pin spacing, but they were too fat to fit next to each other. I know. I'm like, I don't know. It's hard for me to be cheerful when I had a rough day today. Sorry. Is that a trace break center screen? I hope not. Hold on. Center screen, like here? No, I think that's just like some weird aliasing on the camera. Or there? I think that's just a smudge on the board. Center, center. I don't think any of them are broken. Could try pulling the metal contacts out and ditching the plastic. Tiny tweezers or maybe a teeny flathead. I think what would make me happy is to see this board actually give a video signal. Alright, I guess I can, Alright. Let me not give up so easily. I'm like, I don't know. I had a rough day today. Even though it was a... Therefore, I wasn't able to cheer myself up before the stream. And now I'm dragging the tone of the stream down. Let me see if I can turn my luck around, and then I'll feel better, and... Alright. I think this is the point where I'm probably going to have to matter-of-factly say that not only do I not have many jumpers, but I don't know where my... Well, actually, you know, I'm not even sure I had a pair of mini tweezers, and if I did, I don't know where they went to. Alright, let me see if I can find a pin to push those jumpers out with. Okay. Alright, let me see if I can find a pin to push these little metal pieces out with. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Trina. I'm like... Okay. Well, I'm trying to just... Maybe part of the reason I don't want to solder tonight is because I know my brain is not in the, like... I'm not in the headspace right now for soldering. Alright, let me see if I can get these pins out. Oh, here we go. There's one. Well, if I get a 333 processor, then, well, it'll be annoying putting these back together, but I mean, I should be able to at least reverse this. Okay. Okay, there's two. Alright. Well, I guess I'll add the little tweezers to my list, too. Okay, there's... Oh, that one doesn't want to come out. Well... Well, Retro Techie, I'm hoping you get back soon, because... Alright. There's three. Okay, I got the 4 metal pieces out of that jumper block. And now that means I need one more metal piece. And for that, I guess I should probably use the jumper from the Amiga floppy drive. That doesn't work. Okay. So, I don't know that that has the right pin spacing, does it? Alright. So I think... And there we go. So there's this one... Alright, I'll have to check these. I'll have to check this one on the underside to make sure it's actually making contact. Okay, so there's one of them. I put that one there because it doesn't have to go so close. Oh, night, Trina. Alright, I think I'm maybe making progress now again. Okay, so... Alright. 2. Oh no. Okay. 2. There we go. Got the second one. I know you can't see what I'm doing. I can't see what I'm doing either, so we're even. There's not enough working distance under the microscope to use it, so I just gotta try to line these up best I can. 2, 3. Basically, the problem is I gotta get the pins lined up. Well, I guess if this works, I'll just have to get some mini jumpers. Make this look neater. Or maybe actually find an actual 333 megahertz G3. Although the ironic thing is, if someone did swap processors back in the day for some weird reason, that's probably exactly why I was able to get this for $5, because it didn't work when the seller tried to test it. Okay, I may still have to solder. Seriously, they did not design these to. I apologize that I'm not being interactive in the chat right now, but I am attempting to do precision work, so please stand by and I will get to the chat as soon as I can. All right. You know, oh, that's why they're not going on. These metal things from this jumper block are designed to, they're not, they're designed wrong. Oh. They depend on having the plastic piece to fit them into place. All right. These are not going to work. I don't know how I managed to get the one on, but I don't think it's actually on. No. Nope, it wasn't actually on. Okay, I guess I am going to have to... Okay, I guess if I'm going to see if this thing... has any hope, I guess I'm going to have to solder on jumpers, because... well, now I've... actually... I'm not even sure I'll be able to get that jumper block back together, because I might have broken a piece of the plastic in removing those metal pieces, so... Alright. Let me see if I can at least find a bag to put all these pieces in the event that I realize I did not actually irreparably break it. Because maybe someday I'll find a 333 processor. Yes, Happy Vibes will resume shortly. It will probably help immensely if I can actually get this thing to boot, or I'll just go to my next Mac project, which I didn't really want to spend 3 hours cleaning floppy drives. That's why I was hoping this would take a little bit more than like 45 or... oh, it's 9:30. Okay, now I feel bad that Happy Vibes will resume as soon as I can make some progress, and I don't know, I had a virtual Monday today. I know I usually don't like to complain on stream, but that's, yeah. It was a virtual Monday today, even though I was at work yesterday, so I don't know why today just felt like another Monday. I can't explain it. Some days, it just happens, so... Alright, I guess I'll solder jumpers on. I'm hoping that I'm going to be steadier with the soldering iron than I fear that I am. Alright. Fortunately, the thing is, you can't tell, but my workbench is actually, like, really messy right now. Alright. But because I don't think I can solder blob the width of those jumpers, I'm going to try to burn... Oh... There we go. And yes, does this wire get hot when you do this? Yes, it does. Oh, hey Jesse, welcome. Yeah, well. Oh. Yep, my workbench right now is like, it looks like I've been working on PCs and I have a Mac on the workbench. It's like, okay. All right. Hopefully I can get these jumpers settings right and I don't do any damage to the board. Kind of like some days I just don't feel like soldering, and kind of why I was trying not to solder. But anyways, okay. Do I have any of those little cable ties made of metal? No, I don't. Oh, hey, Eric. I know it's fine to complain, but I don't like bringing the stream down. Although I think I've pretty much accomplished that tonight. All right, let me see. Let me see if I can at least get some solder blobs. I guess it took me some. I'm just gonna try solder blobs because I really don't feel like fighting with enameled wire tonight. Only problem is I don't know that I'm going to... Okay. Fortunately, solder mask usually does a pretty good job of not... Oh, and I think that's not actually solder blob. Alright. I may have to... Oh, there we go. Okay, I think that's one solder blob, I think. Focus. No. No, believe me, yeah, it's... I don't know. Well, I mean, I don't really want to start complaining right now, because... So, I'm not going to. Just, I get multiple, I guess probably multiple different things bothering me, and... So I'm going to try to get this thing so it'll boot, and then my mood will improve, and then we can move on from it, because just not me. It's out of focus. My camera, for some reason, I might have zoomed in too close. I don't know. It probably was my camcorder just being a big meanie. Actually, no, I should probably test these from the other side of the board. Anyways. Okay. Just gonna make sure. Okay, that's not connected. That one, I don't have the beeper turned on. That one is connected, so this one should not be connected. And then the next four should be connected, and that one is. And that one is. And that one is. And that one is. That one's not. And oh, the last one shouldn't be. Okay. This wasn't about could I do it. This was about I didn't really want to do it because it's not how Apple did it. This machine hasn't been declared so far gone, at least not yet, that I have to start making mods. Kind of annoyed that the original CPU isn't in here, because everyone would love a 333 megahertz, but well, I guess if it powers up and works perfectly fine now, the whole problem was it was overclocked, and I got a steal of a bargain because someone swapped processors probably a long time ago. And the seller of this machine tried to test it, and of course it didn't work because it was overclocked too far. Because usually they'll overclock one step, but not two. Hey, Will. Well, I'll be doing better if I get a chime now and it actually gives me a video image. Yeah, I don't know. I had to kind of just had a crummy day today, and I could use a reversal of the day at some point. Okay. All right. Oh, I probably should plug a ADB keyboard in. Okay, so I have solder bridged the jumper positions. So the processor should now be clocked for 266 megahertz, which is what the processor actually is, as confirmed by the label and the marking on the CPU. That's the ADB key, but that's not the ADB. Oh, that was the network jack. No wonder it didn't go in well. Okay, fingers crossed. Okay, got power. It's jumpered right. Oh. Should probably put the heatsink on it. Well, I'll just hold the heatsink on. Alright. Well, alright. Microphone's close so you can hear the speaker because the sound from it's kind of faint. Well, as close as I can get it to stay. Well, that'll have to do. Alright. Oh, my boom arm is for some reason not wanting to cooperate with the program. Fine. Alright. 3, 2, 1. And it didn't chime. Oh! Yes, I hear the screaming of the internet. Hold please while I try to find my phone to turn off my... Yes, I forgot the voltage regulator because I put it in a silly spot. Of course it's not going to work without the voltage regulator, but I guess at least the important thing is that would have just meant that the processor was going to receive no voltage, so of course. That no worky. Alright. Try that again. I think I got everything. 3, 2, 1. I think that was a chime, but oh, hey, Lucas. I certainly didn't hear much. Well, there's no fire. Yep, that's true. Alright, let me install the battery that's not supposed to be required. Okay, I heard a chime. Do have... Okay, it's on VGA 1 on my scaler. I should have a video image by now, seemingly. Maybe the cable isn't actually right. Alright, let me... Well, maybe... Okay, well, the processor is lightly warm. Let me go ahead and clip the heatsink on just because... I'm afraid that I might knock it off. Okay. At least I don't have to worry about the heatsink. Okay, so what could it be? I guess maybe I can check voltages. Unfortunately, this is kind of one of those cases I hate to go to one view or the other because I know we'll miss things. Unfortunately, I don't know... Unless the service manual says... Oh, hey, Dave. Welcome. Yeah, the processor does feel... Yeah, it actually feels kind of warm, so that might mean it is executing code. Unfortunately, Well, if that's a personality card for a Molar Mac, then someone really did a huge disservice. Because I do not have a PCI graphics card for a Mac. Alright, we'll see. Talk to you later, Thomas. Yeah, I mean, the personality card does have the AIO ribbon. Yeah, it's got like the two connectors for the Molar Mac on it. Most likely displaying a question mark folder. Well, I guess there's one way to find out, maybe. Okay, so I have a blue SCSI. I have no idea what's on the blue SCSI, but let me see if I see any activity when it tries to boot. Okay, so I've got a red light on the blue SCSI, which is good. I do have an SD card in it. I don't know what's on it. But if the system is actually doing anything with the SCSI bus, I'm somewhat expecting to see the green light flash. G3 needs macOS 8.1 or later. I probably don't have 8.1 or later on that. But I should see the green light flash, right? Which I haven't yet. Yeah. Okay. I didn't see any. I don't see any activity on the blue SCSI. Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, the CPU is kind of warm, so it must be executing code. All right. All right. Let me try. The graphics chip still looks grubby, even though I tried scrubbing it with isopropyl. I'm gonna take some contact cleaner. All right. Well, that kind of looks better. Just hitting the couple spots of the board I couldn't hit with the toothbrush and isopropyl. Do the CUDA reset. CUDA reset. Do I want that on or off? I don't ever remember. I know I've got the service manual in front of me, but it takes too long to find silly things like that in it. What is a CUDA? I don't know what a CUDA test is. CUDA is the, I don't really know what the CUDA chip is. I just know that sometimes you've got to reset it. I think it's like one of the system controllers. The CUDA is a microcontroller chip. Its function is to, I'm reading the service manual, turn system power on and off, manage system resets, manage parameter RAM, manage the ADB, manage the real-time clock. Many system problems can be resolved by resetting the CUDA chip. And let's see here. Resetting the logic board. Unplug the computer. Remove the battery from the logic board. Wait a minute. That's not the CUDA reset. Oh, press the CUDA reset. Oh, you just have to press the CUDA reset. Page 48. Oh, page 48. We're looking at different manuals, Steve. Oh, okay. According to this... Oh, okay. Well, that's easy enough. Okay, CUDA has been reset. Okay, it chimed. Well, there's a pool of contact cleaner on top of the graphics chip. Does look like it's slowly evaporating. I think the graphics chip is it getting slightly warm maybe? Or hmm. All right. Let me see if there's any like maybe test points for voltages maybe. All right, let's look at the system chart. So, all right. Well, I haven't found a symptom that matches yet. I do not. Oh, Steve, my this video input on my scaler is running through a VGA splitter, and it is going to my multi-sync monitor. So, I have an LCD panel, and I know that the splitter is working because the octane. No, I had the octane on the other input. I actually don't know that the VGA is set up correctly. Hold please while I try to find a VGA device to test with. Yeah, I thought of most every. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I know I've been on table cam, but that was because there's no video image, which means that if something were to like pop on the board, I want you to see it. Okay. Okay. I can check that my splitter is working correctly because it's actually a smart splitter. And it's like a splitter. It's like a switching splitter. And I'm going to demonstrate that it is working because I just powered up my oscilloscope, which is on the takeover port. And as you see, my oscilloscope does really funny patterns during its self-test. And then we'll get the please wait. And then I'll hear a couple clicks from the acquisition boards, like I just did. And then we'll see the Tektronix splash screen. Power on self-test passed. Yay, my oscilloscope is still working. Okay, so I can confirm the LCD and the splitter are that it's working on that channel of the splitter. Now, of course, what would be really nice is to know that the other side's working. And for that, well, I'm just going to have to presume that it is. Okay. Oh, let me continue going through the symptom charts. So anyways, I don't think that one's it because the boot chime's not being followed by the sound of breaking glass. System isn't shutting down intermittently. It's not intermittently crashing or hanging. One part error chord sounds during startup sequence. Well, it's not doing that at the moment. This one might be it. Screen is black, but boot tone is present. Drive operates. Well, I don't have a drive plugged in, but I suspect the drive would be operating if it was present. Fan is running and LED is lit. Well, I don't have the LED plugged in. So, video, adjust brightness on monitor. Clear parameter RAM. Ooh, okay, I haven't tried that one. Let me see what happens if I try to clear the parameter RAM. Alright. So holding down Command Option PR. I have not heard a boot chime yet. Haven't got to the part. Hey, Adam. Haven't gotten to the part where it says replace logic board yet. Okay. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's crashing during boot because I haven't heard another chime. Yeah, okay. So I think I need to go. Remove LSD RAM, place one at a time. Test with a known good monitor. Well, I may need to try the reset logic board, although. Oh, Joe, it shouldn't be overclocked now. I think I fixed it. You know, there is one thing that I just realized. So, while it seems happy with this SD RAM, I don't know that it's actually good. All I know is that it doesn't cause the glass break. So, let me try the other memory modules. Because actually, I don't know that it is good. It could be very bad. I may also need to try the reset logic board procedure in case I've fouled something up. Okay, there was a chime. I heard a pop. Adam has a G3 desktop. It's running a leftover IDE drive from an old TiVo. Well, mine right now is just a discombobulated G3 running from an ATX power supply because luckily Apple gave you the option. Oh, good. Something I bought on eBay has shipped. Oh, the seller actually finally bothered to ship that item. Whatever. Should not take opening a item not received claim with eBay for the seller to ship an item. Usually when I get to that point, the seller still never ships it, but, well, it looks like they shipped it finally. Surprised they didn't send me a message with some flimsy excuse, but, well, I guess the night is still young. Quite honestly, they probably should have just refunded me because I think I was supposed to have the item like a week ago. Retro Techie says I should get the best Mac ever, the eMac. Well, there's someone selling an eMac that's about an hour away from me, but the only problem is they only want to sell a whole bunch of garbage plus an eMac as a lot. Okay. I don't think this SD RAM. I don't know that it's SD RAM. Okay, that one I gave it more than long enough to give a boot screen. Yeah, they've got like this, like all these like stereo receivers and DVD players and like a whole bunch of Dell computers that were just pulled out of some business environment, and they want like $600 for the whole lot. We're not interested in selling separately. They've been trying to sell this for months now. They claim they're moving. Okay. Okay, this memory module might actually be bad because I didn't even hear a chime. Okay. Okay, this memory module might actually be bad. Because I was having trouble with it before. I'm still having trouble with it. And the more I look at it, this is one of those OWC memory modules with like generic unbranded memory on it. I have not had good luck with those modules actually. They used to make great memory, but some of their modules they make for older Macs now, they used unbranded memory, and I've had trouble with them. I've had better luck just buying used memory off eBay than the OWC guaranteed compatible memory. Yeah. I mean, it used to be back in the day, like in the like when Power PCs were actually new. Would buy the I would buy stuff from OWC, and it was great. But yeah, they're yeah. I'm not driving to Scottsville to go pick up garbage in an eMac. The ironic thing is they have sold a couple of their computers separate. Unfortunately, they would probably have been the one or two that would have actually maybe convinced me to pay $600 for the lot if those computers were still in it. I have not. Yeah. Yeah, generic unbranded PC chips. Yeah, this is the point where I wish I had a PCI graphics card for the Mac to rule out that there's something wrong with the graphics chip. I mean, okay. I guess I could put the video RAM upgrade back in it because I don't know why it would require it, but no, it shouldn't require it. Yeah, I'm not driving to Scottsville for an eMac. All right, Steve, that's a very tempting offer. Um, I will be somewhat suspicious of what might be tied to the eMac. Be somewhat afraid that you'd convince me that oh, this is the eMac Special Image Writer Edition. Yes, Apple really did ship it with 3 or 4 image writers stacked on top. Never mind the fishy smell. course, it could be the Laser Writer Integrated Edition, yeah. Oh, but you didn't pick up that really sketchy-looking image writer the other day. Alright, I'm going to start to try to remove things, because unfortunately, I don't see, like, a voltage test probe points on this board. So I'm going to see what happens if I remove the personality card. I know it won't chime, but maybe there's something up with it, because seriously, it's got the connectors for the Molar Mac on it, so maybe there's something up with this. So, alright, let's see what happens if I try to power it up without that. Maybe it's, like... Okay, I saw the keyboard lights blink. It's not going to chime because I've pulled the sound chip out of it. Of course, it's probably my luck. It requires the personality card to boot. This is the point where I really wish I knew where a couple points were with guaranteed voltages on them. What would I pay for a working tested eMac? I don't know. They're so plentiful, I don't know that I would pay much for it. They're so heavy, I don't think I'd want to have it shipped either. It would probably be one of those things I'd have to be in your neck of the woods to get it. Because actually, they're kind of fragile, too. Yet Adam says, what fun's a working tested computer? I know. And yet, the thing is, if I can't get this board running, I'm watching a supposedly working logic board on eBay. Okay. Alright. Maybe this is the point where I start trying Adrian Black fixes. And for those of you that don't realize what that means, it means I'm going to pull out my can of deoxit. Or, in this case, cans, if I can find them. Oh, that's deoxit fader. Okay, where's my deoxit gold? Yeah, I'm going to go all out. I'm going to actually use the gold stuff on these gold contacts. Oh, maybe I used it all. Okay, I won't be using the good stuff on these. I'll just be using the cheap stuff I got at the auto parts store. Nothing says I want these contacts to be clean, like literally flooding the connector with contact cleaner. Alright. Try it with the VRAM upgrade, can't hurt. Yeah, well... I mean, it can't hurt, but it could... Well, I guess if there's something wrong, it could damage the VRAM upgrade. But then again, the seller did, I think, try to power it on. So I guess if there's something wrong and it's sending damaging voltages to the VRAM module, VRAM upgrade, it's probably already done it. So yeah, it can't hurt. I mean, I was thinking that these shipped with no extra VRAM, but I don't know. Maybe this model actually shipped with some VRAM installed and expects to see it. And I should have probably contact cleaned that too. Even though I cleaned this in isopropyl alcohol. I mean, you didn't see me do it on Dave's stream because it was off screen where I was doing it. Also, well, I cleaned more than just this board. Okay, so there's that. Contact cleaned. I'm just gonna contact clean all the slots again. Yeah, Kibs, true. If something was already going to get damaged, it's probably already done it. All right. I know Adrian usually uses actual Deoxit brand, but well, I bought stuff from the auto parts store is mostly the same stuff, except that I think it's heavier on the like methanol or something. Oh, okay. Processor jumper block is still intact. No, it's not. I'll have to put it back together carefully. The problem is, Adam, it's the jumper block for the wrong speed processor. Oh! The seller the seller of the item that didn't ship it 2 weeks ago is claiming he sent me a message previously that I did not get. Yeah. Okay. Well, apparently yeah, I ordered something for a PC board and it didn't ship, and well, the seller just sent me a message that I actually received saying he has health issues, claiming he sent me a message before, but unfortunately I think he forgot that he did not. Which is okay, I guess at least I'll have the item, even if it is late. Like, really late. Like, I was supposed to have it last week late. Okay. No, this is really annoying not having the LED. Yeah, Joe, you're probably right. He probably typed the message and forgot to click send. I mean, that is, in all likelihood, a very likely scenario, so I will give him the benefit of the doubt when I go to leave feedback, because I'm a nice guy. And actually, probably what I'll do is not leave feedback. Sometimes I'm too nice. Yes, he might have typed the message and forgot to click send and then closed the browser window. He might have actually not sent the message and is telling me he did. I've also had people online tell me that too, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt if I get the item. Yeah, I wish eBay worked like Mercari sometimes. Seller doesn't get paid until the buyer accepts the item, which is why I have a large item behind me that I need to try. So, oh, hey, Roger. Well, I still have no video image from the G3 board. I guess I can try the CUDA reset again. Really? Are there not any power supply test points on the logic board? Power supply fan is not spinning. Ah, it has all the voltages. Okay, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, the service manual says to check all the voltages at the power supply connector. I was actually hoping to check voltages at like a test point on the board, like to maybe see if the voltage regulator was actually giving the correct voltage. Yeah, this is where I really wish I had a PCI video card to rule that out. Oh, and Joe, I know I could test the voltage there. The power supply I know is outputting good voltages. I have tested this power supply ad nauseum. In fact, I am pretty sure I tested it on Dave's stream Sunday. In fact, I'll even double check by plugging it into a power supply tester now. If I can remember how this thing works. Oh, there we go. All right, so something tells me that red LED is probably not supposed to be on. Yeah, I've got a PRAM battery installed. Danger. Oh, now wouldn't that be convenient if this power supply just like suddenly decided to fail? Wouldn't that be special? All right, let me. Oh, Joe, one voltage I'd like to test is like the output voltage from the VRM, so that I can confirm that it's actually VRMing. Because if the VRM's not outputting the correct voltage, which I don't know what it is, then it's not going to work. All right, let me check voltages on this power supply because this tester has a red LED on it that's marked danger, and that's probably a bad thing. I just don't know which, let's see here. Oh, 12.33 volts on DC. Okay, well that's within spec. A little higher than I'd like, but I think that's within spec. 5-volt trickle is at 4.97. Power OK is 1.1 volts. Well, that's probably okay. Let's see. This is a 5-volt line. .1 volts. I know you can't see what I'm doing because I don't have enough room on the bench. Let's see. That's 5.1 volts. 3.3 volts is at 3.348. 3.346. I'm getting my multimeter leads confused. Let's see here. This one's 3.3. Let's see. The next one around should be negative 12 volts. Negative 11.68. And then let's see here. We start around the other way. So that's going to be 5 volts. That's 5.1 volts. The next one is 5 volts and then a couple ground. Okay, well, Joe, I don't know which. I don't know which pins are which on the VRM. I don't have a pin out. I don't know. Call me weird, but I like to know what what pins are supposed to be what. Also, the pins aren't really... I'd have to turn the board around, and that causes issues. Well, I can't clearly see traces to know what's supposed to be what. Good night, Frank. Yeah, I know. I could poke pins but on the underside, but I have no idea what pin's supposed to be what. I kind of like when I check voltages to know that like all the voltages are correct, not those look sane. And I don't know what voltage the VRM's supposed to be outputting. It's almost a point where I may have to get a oscilloscope, but I don't know what to probe on this board. A lot of the signals that I'd want to try to probe are so tiny. I wonder if this board is still... I wonder if it needs recapped. Oh. Sorry, Joe. I sometimes have trouble telling when you're joking. I take things way too literally sometimes. What is the chance that this board needs recapped, and that a recapping would fix this? I mean, I don't have caps to recap it. I'm just looking over the board to see if I see any chips that look odd. Hmm. Oh, well, probably help to plug the speaker in to hear it. Alright, is there anything I'm overlooking on a Beige G3 to get it to power up? Oh, good night, Rudy. Anything I'm overlooking. So I got the ROM, I got RAM. I mean, I don't know that the RAM works, but it at least was chiming with it. Personality cards in. I got the VRAM in. I don't feel any chips that are getting overly hot. I don't have any indication that it's getting to the point where it reads a SCSI device. I mean, I do have evidence that a processor swap happened. Could this processor be defective? I would never know it. But it chimes, which means it executes some code. Then we don't get a black... Then we get a black screen. It's almost the point where... Try different RAM slots. Well, Joe, unfortunately, there's only one RAM slot left to try. The only one I haven't tried is the middle slot. Oh, I just tried to power it on. I did not hear a chime. So I have something that's not seated. Well, I guess let me just double check that. I guess I'll double check voltages just to. I'll spot check a few. Okay, so that's 12 volts, 5 volts, 3.3 volts. Okay. And then I think this is negative 12. Yeah, okay. So power supply is supplying voltages. I just spot checked one for each voltage rail. So that's correct. Okay. I don't know why I'm not getting chimes now. Maybe I just need to put this thing through the ultrasonic cleaner. I mean, I tried giving it an isopropyl bath, but let me try this other sim. Alright, I guess I could try CUDA reset again. Alright, let me try this other sim that was giving me a crashing noise. Maybe I'll at least hear glass breaking again. Nothing. No sound. Yeah, didn't hear any sound that time. Put the RAM back where it was, remember? I don't remember what order. Well, I can put this memory back here. It was crashing reliably with it there. I am not hearing any sound when I turn it on. I know the power supply's on because the fan is running on it. I'm almost tempted to go see if I could get the like power LED off the case. Yeah, I don't. I don't know. There's seems to be something. I don't know. I'm tempted to just like put this through the ultrasonic cleaner and risk something happening to the board. This is the reason why I gave it the isopropyl alcohol bath is because I mean, I've put things in the ultrasonic cleaner since, and they've worked out fine, although not many things, but I did have 2 motherboards for PCs that got damaged in the ultrasonic cleaner, and I haven't figured out why yet. I was kind of afraid this board might have the same problem, because I wondered if it had to do with storage conditions of those motherboards. I don't know how this board was stored. I'm half tempted, though, to ultrasonically clean it in case there's, like, some crud stuck between pins. Maybe it needs recapped. I can't tell if the caps are were leaking or not. Oh. Yeah, I wish I'd I don't think I wrote down what order the RAM was in. Alright, where's that OWC memory module? Yeah, I'm not hearing any sound from this computer now. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it seems to have gotten worse. Because I'm not hearing any sound. Unfortunately, the sound chip is surrounded by tantalum capacitors, so there's not a single electrolytic there. Oh, wait, there is an electrolytic cap on that board. But it's nowhere close to the sound chip. It's like by the headphone or speaker or microphone jack, or one of the back panel jacks. So I wouldn't have expected bad caps to affect the audio, but speaker connected, I think. No, I reconnected the speaker. So the speaker is connected. Let me go see if I can detach the other the LED. I'm getting annoyed by not having the LED on the board. Let me go see if I can disconnect the LED and pull it off the case safely. Okay, I just had an epiphany. Actually, it's called I actually stared at it long enough to see. I now know why I was having trouble getting the speaker off, and that's because there's 2 Torx screws holding it in. So let me see if I can find my screwdriver and some bits. And let me go see if I can remove that assembly off that case, because that will actually be the correct speaker for this board. I'm wondering if it's actually a lower resistance speaker, which would mean the audio would be louder through it. But more importantly, that's where the LED is. It's on the same plastic piece. And that'll actually give me the LED to see what it's doing, because it could be blinking or angry or doing weird things, and I wouldn't know. But, of course, now I gotta find the bits that have run away on my workbench. And, of course, the reality is I probably took it upstairs for some silly reason. Alright. Let me see if I can find the... Seriously, I'm probably going to have to just buy another screwdriver set, because I've, like, lost bits on my workbench, and... It's just easier to buy a whole nother little mini screwdriver bit set than to clean my workbench. It's kind of supposed to be funny, but... Alright. Okay, well, I probably won't be able to clean my workbench between now and Thursday's stream, so I'm sure I'll still be looking for things that are probably right in front of me. Okay. So actually, I don't have the bits down here. Oh, wait. There's... Okay, I just found the bits. Now, do I have a screwdriver these bits will fit in? Actually, I think it will. Okay, hold please. I think I can now get the speaker assembly off this case. Here we go. Now I know why the sound was so quiet. So quiet with the 2CI speaker. As I suspected, the 2CI speaker is a 32 ohm speaker. This the speaker on the Beige G3 is a 16 ohm speaker. So hopefully that didn't like damage anything. I think it probably just meant that the sound was half as loud as it normally would be. But at least now I have the LED and the speaker. Let me see if I power it up. Okay, well, at least I see the green LED, which tells me that it's probably getting power and turning the green LED on. I suspect that's just controlled by power. I did not hear any sound, though. Guess I could try resetting the parameter RAM. I mean, that is assuming it's getting far enough in the boot to do that. Actually, I don't think it is. Okay. Alright, well, what happens if I remove this RAM completely? Will I get the crash sound? Okay, sound's working. At least I got the crash sound immediately. With no RAM. Okay. So... So, I guess let me put this module in. No sound. I think I'm just about to the point where I'm just going to probably throw this in the ultrasonic cleaner and see what happens. Of course, I don't have time to clean it and dry it tonight. Try it. Okay. Alright, so... Seems to have gotten worse. It's now not playing a chime. If I remove the memory, though, I do get what sounds like glass breaking, which I think's the SADMAC chime on these. Although, let me remove the video RAM and try again, because that might be the last thing I did before it stopped playing sound. That would be a shame if my video memory upgrade's defective. Okay, plug the personality card in so I'll have sound. Alright, I think this is the memory module that I was using that it liked. Alright. Okay, I got a chime without the video memory upgrade in. Jeremy, I don't think the concentration of my ultrasonic cleaner solvent's the problem. I think it's storage conditions of the boards I tried to clean. Because I've cleaned a small number of items since that worked fine. I don't have enough distilled water to drain and fill it. Although probably I should drain and fill it, but the grocery store has been strangely low on distilled water, but they got plenty of spring water. I want distilled water. Okay, so I think the thing that caused it to stop chiming was removing or installing the VRAM upgrade. That might be a sign that the VRAM upgrade is bad. Let me put that back in. So I just want to see if it tracks. I mean, maybe I didn't have it seated all the way. Okay. Okay, it chimed. Hmm. Okay. Do I see anything on this board? Did I miss? I might have missed something. Okay. I hope this isn't something I just missed. Pardon shaky cam. Um. What is that? Oh, that's just the PCB between the pins. Ew, there is like some crunchy crud between those pins. I think I think my video chip is probably quite unhappy right now. That would be a potential explanation for no video. Also need to try to remember to go to Harris Teeter and grab the plastic bathroom cups that I pour small amounts of isopropyl alcohol in for brushing boards. The paper ones are not really that great for pouring isopropyl alcohol in because it kind of does a number on them. Alright, I'm trying to see if I've got a clean-ish brush on my bench. Or did I carry them all off? Of course, I probably carried them all off. Oh, there we go. It's a soft bristle one. Excellent. Alright. This may very well be I'm going to have to ultrasonically clean the board. Because let me see if I can get whatever crud's between this video chip out of it. Alright. Alright, if this doesn't do it, I'm going to put the board in the ultrasonic cleaner, because I have not ruled out that the problem isn't that there's crud between the legs of chips. Might be a sign that this board does need recapped. Could also just be that crud's from storage. I don't know that the caps have leaked on this board. I think someone told me that these boards don't generally need to be recapped, but there are always exceptions to the rule. I mean, I'm sure somewhere out there there's an LC that works perfectly without a recap, and may continue to do so for years to come. Actually, Adam has one, I think, that works without a recap. Talk about rare, Adam. Most LCs need a recap by now. I'm just trying to get some cobwebs off the board, if you're wondering what I'm doing before I power this up again. I don't think cobwebs are conductive, but I was having trouble getting some of them off the board. I'll just put it this way. Apple didn't ship the board with cobwebs in the most likely scenario. Alright, so let me see what the pins look like on this video chip. Well, they look better unmagnified. Okay, well that looks better. Oh, there's still some crud. Maybe I just needed to use this fine bristled toothbrush. Maybe the one I was using Sunday didn't get between the pins close enough. Because that kind of does look like I got the crud out from between them now. Alright, well, I guess it's worth another shot. The board is cleaner now. Alright. Guess it's possible the video chip wasn't being able to be initialized. Oh, let me do this. Spray some contact cleaner somewhere where I wasn't able to get the brush. I guess I can zoom out. Okay, well. Alright, if this doesn't do it, then I guess I probably will just have to ultrasonically clean the board. Try that. It may, I mean, I don't have caps to try recapping it. There's not enough time tonight to do that. I may just have to finally admit that, okay, I guess I'll be looking at another Mac. Oh, wait, actually, I've got something I can look at that's not a floppy drive repair. I forgot about it. I don't know how successful I'll be at it. Okay. So, video chip scrubbed a little more with some 99% IPA. And oh, I don't think I had the power snapped in all the way. Okay, try that again. Okay. Okay, now it seems to be really unhappy about something. Guess CUDA reset? Alright. Power on. Okay. Maybe the board's still wet with isopropyl alcohol. Okay. Oh, alright. Well, it turned on as soon as I applied power. That's weird. Hmm. Oh, okay. Let me try removing the RAM upgrade. It's deciding now that it wants to power on as soon as it powers up. Almost like it's acting like the jumper is on the Mac position instead of the PC position. Okay. Yeah. All right. So here's what I'm going to do. Potentially against my better judgment. I am going to put this board through the ultrasonic cleaner. But what I'm going to do is I'm only going to put it in for like... I'm not going to do the personality card. It looks fairly clean. At least I won't do it yet. So I'll put it in for... Alright, well, first of all, I'm going to remove the heatsink and processor, because I don't think they need to be cleaned. And I'd rather not potentially risk doing something to them, because the processor is a bare die, basically. So that I'm going to lay to the side. The memory modules, I guess I will put them through it because, they were in the machine. And they're kind of dirty. The ROM sim, I will also put through it. and the voltage regulator, but I'm going to put them in as separate boards. Also, what I'm going to do is I'm only going to run it for like a couple minutes, and then I'll check these boards and make sure there's no signs of degradation like what I saw on the other boards. And if there's not, then I'll put them in for another couple minutes. Ideally, though, I'll run it for like 20 minutes on the top side because it's kind of grungy with all the accumulated dirt. The bottom side was actually fairly clean, so I may only put it in for like 10 minutes on that side. But again, I think I'll run it for 5 minutes at a time. And I'll check it every 5 minutes just to make sure it's not degrading. If at any point I think the board is degrading, since I haven't figured out what happened yet on the boards that I got from in some computers that Jeremy gave me, then if it starts to look like it's degrading, I'm going to stop. And we'll probably complain to myself about it later if that happens. But anyways, we'll let's I'm kind of wondering if there's like some crud between one or more of these chips that's causing the problem. So now I don't think I'll be able to dry this before tonight, but at least we'll be able to see if it looks cleaner. In the meantime, it's not like I didn't have another Mac project lined up. I have this video card, which I've not been able to get to work. And I already can hear in the chat people saying, oh, we'd like you to clone that. Well, I'm not going to clone it. These things are like pretty rare, seemingly. So this thing does not have a stable image. It like goes in and out of sync. I don't think that this video, it's a It is a... Because the other question is probably what is it? So this is a Lapis Pro Color Server 24X LC. I do not believe it requires a special monitor. But it's never had a stable image, so basically I had the thought, and so I bought a, I was kind of wondering if it was the RAM DAC. So basically I'm just going to try switching the RAM DAC. So I bought a new old stock RAM DAC off eBay. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the original RAM DAC is out. I am going to put some, well, I guess I will contact clean since I'm replacing IC. And we'll pop the new one in. There we go. So where did I buy this wonderful video card? Well, of course, it came off eBay, the place where I buy the things that I later regret. So did the replacement RAM DAC chip. There we go. Honestly, if it's not that, then I don't know what's wrong with the card, and I do know, though, this is for an FPU. Or at least I'm pretty sure it is. Beats me if I found documentation on this card. I did find drivers, I think, but no documentation. Okay. So, how do you test such a beast? Well, very carefully. But for this, I am going to grab one of my special Macs. It's my LC2. Because I currently do not have a working LC, which would probably be ideal for testing this card. Because, I mean, it should work with the LC too. But it would have been released for the LC, I'm pretty sure. But, alright. So I do need to remove my Micromac technology card here. My Joe Special. See, it's got my name on it. That's how I know it's my board. So if you come over to my house with your own Micromac board, well, I'll know mine's mine because it says Justin on it. Although it's actually the Mac Effects clone. So, but yeah, I'll know it's mine because it has my name on it, literally. Which works until someone says, oh, well, my name's Justin. I'd like to come over and bring my card with me. And then it could get awkward. Especially if they also got Joe to write Justin on their card. Hopefully Joe wrote it in a different color. Okay, so... Alright. I got the card in. I think I may have to go upstairs and grab a second video adapter because I think I'm going to have to basically plug my scaler into this Mac twice, because I think I'm going to need something on the onboard video. Also, I do not have the driver on this Mac, but I think I'll have a good indication if it's working without having the driver installed. But I think I do need to have onboard video connected. Not that I found a manual for this card, so... And it looks like I only have one video adapter down here. Well, I guess I could at least make sure the Mac powers. Alright, for this, I'm going to turn the power adapter on, so let me just make sure it boots, and while it's booting, I'll go upstairs and grab the adapter. Of course, it also looks like I can go check the ultrasonic cleaner. There we go. I think I might have the driver on this Blue SCSI. But I think this card actually might work without the driver, because I think the driver might really just be for changing certain settings. Although that's weird. I do not know why the onboard video is just a white screen. That's not good. It appears to be booting into macOS, though, because the Blue SCSI activity LED is blinking. Wonder if there's a video image on the Lapis card, maybe? Oh, that would be sad if my LC2 is... Oh, I don't know where the video connector is. Where is it? Well, I may have to go get the other, Actually, I may have to look and see which LC... Actually, this should be my LC2. I may have to go grab what my LC case, which, spoiler alert, has an LC2 logic board in it right now. Okay, well, that's just weird. Why can't I find the, video connector? Oh, because it's upside down. There we go. I think I might have fixed it. Okay, I do not know why my multi-sync monitor doesn't like the video output of this Lapis card. And my scaler would. That's just really weird. But I think I fixed the Lapis card with our new RAM DAC. Okay, I'll take that. Or not. Okay, I don't know. Maybe it's not actually. Huh. Well, it's better than it was, and I'm not sure if it's actually a problem with the scaler or the fact that maybe this video card is for a monitor that I don't have. Although it does seem to be getting worse now that it's warming up. Although, I don't know. Maybe it's just me flexing something, because actually it seems to be fine again. I have no idea. If anyone wants a Lapis Pro Color Server 24XLC card, I might be selling it. Because quite honestly, I bought it for Macintosh and then had trouble with it, and now that I'm using it, it's like, yeah, it's a video card. I can display thousands of colors on an external monitor. Woohoo. Or at the moment, it seems like, yeah, seriously, my multi-sync monitor does not like the output. I'm having trouble getting my scaler to tell me what the resolution is, because it's like every time I try to go into the menu, it glitches, which almost tells me that maybe the cable's loose. Seriously, it seems to be fine until I try to go to the menu of my scaler. Actually, I don't know. It's like, I think this card just might be running at some resolution that my scaler is like just able to handle. Okay, I changed it to thousands of colors. I don't know. Seriously, my multi-sync monitor is having a fit. It does not like the output of this card. My scaler, every time I try to go into the menu, is having a fit. It's like, maybe I need to inspect the video connector on this card. Okay. I don't know if anyone read that fast enough. Let's see, input 640, buff 480. Oh, that is about the most useless information. I knew that. I'm trying to see if I can tell what the signal is that's coming out of this card, because then I'll know, is the flickering the card, or is it just the fact that I don't have a monitor that likes it. Unfortunately, I wish I had room to... Jeremy gave me a VGA monitor, or I think it's SVGA. I don't have room to drag it on the workbench. I don't have room for it at all. Alright, let me check the G3 board. Let me go... I was going to go upstairs and grab my other video adapter so I could... No, actually, I'm just going to let this sit here. So I'm going to go check the G3 board. Is there anyone out in the chat? Let me know. Never mind. It just answered it for me. I was going to say, I'm going to walk away from my workbench, not touch anything, and I want to know if it starts spazzing out again, and it just did. So... that gives me an idea. And here I am. I want to go check the G3 board. Because I got this video card that I'm really haven't been able to enjoy. It is not giving me joy. I unplugged my little monitor here. Alright, let me see if I can find a VGA cable to plug into my little monitor here. I'm going to see if maybe it likes the signal from this Lapis card better. Okay. Still don't know why my multi-sync monitor... Okay. Is anybody out there in the chat, or did everyone leave me for something more exciting? Or is YouTube's chat malfunctioning? YouTube's chat is malfunctioning. Send smoke signals. Oh, thanks, said Mac356. I mean, yeah, I realize people lurk, but when the chat just like goes completely silent, I'm like, am I even live? Thanks for confirming I'm still live. Okay. So, I have this little cool monitor. It's kind of like one Bruce has. Here we go. Okay. Alright. Well, it's going to be upside down because there's not really much I can do about that, but... Well, Jeremy, no rush. It's not like I'm going to order PCBs tomorrow. So, yeah, no rush. Okay, I know you cannot possibly see that. Neither can I because it's upside down, but... There, I've got the this Lapis video card plugged into this monitor here. And... Well, I need to go up and grab my other video adapter because I'd like to see if the internal video is... The internal video should also be working on this Mac. I do not know why it was not working initially. And it looks like my other two video adapters... I usually keep at least one of my other adapters upstairs. And it does look like, at the moment, they're both upstairs. Both of my other adapters are upstairs. So let me go grab one. I'll be right back. I'm going to leave this on table cam, so... someone let me know if this spazzes out, but don't get fooled by the screensaver. I guess I'll remove that. Not that that really helps visibility. I think basically what I'm sorry it's upside down, but I don't have the power cables too short to flip it right side up. Okay. Oh. Well, I'm not sure when I'll order boards like that, because that's a pretty large... That's going to be a pretty large PCB. It'll probably be... Honestly, Jeremy, it'd probably be next month before I order... At least next month before I order PCBs of that size, because that's pretty much a... I allow myself to spend a certain amount on projects a month, and that, along with the components to build it, will probably at least be, like, it for the month. Of course, it'll probably take me a month to build it, too, but, so, hey, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But I have enough projects already on deck for this month that I'd kind of prefer to, like, work on them. So, yeah, I probably won't order large PCBs until next month. That's not to say, though, that I haven't, like, maybe, I might have some small PCB project in mind. Although... Alright. Okay, so I've got a video adapter plugged into the scaler on the internal video. I just shut the Mac down. I'm going to power cycle it, because I don't know why the onboard video didn't initialize. Well, I mean, it initialized, but it only stayed a white screen. I never got the gray checkerboard pattern. Okay, there we go. I got the gray checkerboard on the internal monitor and on the Lapis card. It does appear as if the Lapis card is the primary video card. Okay. Neat. Okay, either there was nothing wrong with the Lapis card in the first place, and the whole problem was I just didn't plug it into the right monitor. Which is possible. Or the original RAM DAC was actually failing, and replacing it fixed the problem, which I guess is also possible. Could have been both. Anyways, well, I guess I fixed the Lapis card. Woohoo, it's a video card for an LC. If you want such a collectible for the LC series, well, don't be surprised if it shows up on eBay. Kind of overwhelmed, or underwhelmed. Yeah, it's an external video card. It won't even help me to capture video better because my scaler hates it. So, there's that. So, but it does appear to be working now. So, yeah, I guess I can sell it as tested, working, but very picky about monitors. Yeah, I think I'd rather put my accelerator card back in this Mac. But it works. Yay, I fixed it. Or it was never broken. Hard to tell. This was the other Mac project I had. Yeah, it was really... I forgot. I had something other than cleaning floppy drives. Yeah, it was just as simple as... pull the RAM DAC out of that card, put the new one in, see if it works. If yes, yay. If not, boo. That's really all I had. Oh, hey, Eric. I see you're still here, too. Yeah. I knew a couple of you all were probably still here. I can't see the YouTube metric. Oh, I get 6 viewers. Cool. Okay, so the Lapis video card works. Yeah, I mean, I guess when I bought it, I'll admit, I guess I was already doubting its usefulness, but... Although, interestingly enough, I think I did see one of these show up like a month or two ago, so there might actually be a comp on eBay that I can see what they sold it for. Although, I think the other card that was listed as having the symptom mine had, so I think I can now say that it's likely working, but is very particular about what monitor it works with. I mean, I don't think this was sold with a Lapis monitor, although it might have been. But anyways, all right. Well, that's good. That's fixed. Now I want to put my Mac back the way it was. So I'm gonna put my I guess let me put the beige plastic back on the back so that I don't lose it. This LC2 is my... It's my... Oh, you can't see. It's my LC2 that I keep my Micro Mac clone accelerator in. And it goes fast. Unfortunately, there's really not anything special I have this machine for. It's kind of in an awkward spot of, okay, it's an LC2. I've got the accelerator card in it. But it only has 10 megs of memory, so it's not like I'd be doing any web browsing on it. Although with the accelerator card in, I could actually... Yeah, Jeremy, you should look at my eBay auctions. I always put them as is. Due to the nature of vintage electronics, all items are sold as is. And in this case, it'll be due to the nature of vintage electronics and an extreme lack of documentation. Board's done. There we go. Alright, well, you know, that's kind of interesting that the, why is my clock so wrong? That's weird. I have no idea why the clock is 16 hours wrong. Almost. Alright. Yeah, Sadback says, because it was working when I packed it doesn't guarantee it will be working when you receive it. Yes. I mean, I will admit, I do sell some things on eBay, and there are items that I am confident enough about that I will say that I will guarantee it will work when you receive it, but that's it. As in... And I will give a very short amount of time for someone to say it doesn't work, but that's only for things that I am knowledgeable about and confident enough to know that short of them royally destroying it, which would be obvious in most cases when I do this, I will give a very short, guaranteed to work upon arrival. But yeah, this card is not going to be one of those because I do not have enough documentation to be able to say that. I really don't know that the card is working. All I can say is that I have one monitor that seems to like it, one monitor that seems to hate it, and one monitor that it mostly works on, which is really a capture device, so it's really not a monitor. So really, I'm 50-50 on it in terms of monitors. Don't know, Jeremy, if that should worry me or not. Because honestly, if you told me to describe a Sam Coupe computer right now to you, I would be drawing a blank. Because, yeah. So, they're all going to be unusual ports to me. Okay, as you can see, it's my LC2. It's got a 68030 in it. 10 megs of RAM. The 10 megs of RAM is exactly why I don't really have anything special to use this machine for, other than it has my cool accelerator card from Joe. It has my name on it. And I guess there's a few games I can play on it. Also, my LC2 has the added distinction that it actually works. I'm looking at you, LC. Yeah, I've got 2 LC boards and neither of them work. Although one of them I might be able to repair whenever I get back to it. But that's not going to be tonight because I'm going to have to rewatch the live stream where I tried to fix it last time. Remember where I need to bodge in a through-hole transistor to replace the surface mount one that I destroyed 2 of the 3 pads on. Well, no, I didn't really destroy the pads. Leaking capacitors did. Just so happens that I didn't discover it until I tried to solder it. That's my story. All right, good news. The ultrasonic cleaner did not fold, spindle, mutilate, and or insta-corrode the G3 board on the top side. So, if it was dirt between components, it will probably be better. I'm actually going to take a peek at the processor card. Actually, I think the processor card's fine. I think the heat sink protected most of it, and where it would have been under the drive cage protected the rest of it, so I'm not going to try to ultrasonically clean that. But yeah, so, and my LC2, the video out's working. Probably something weird with that lapis card. Okay, so my LC2 works again. It's back to normal. It's got the cool accelerator card in it. I don't know why I've got the floppy drive oh, I probably have the floppy drive unplugged on it because I was using a floppy emu with it last time. Okay. Because I think this is one of the ones that the floppy drive is working on. Yeah, that floppy drive looks clean. I think I've serviced it. I really should start to make notes on the top of these when I service them. That would require me to actually remember to do it. Alright, good night, Eric. Yep, alright, well, So the G3's in the ultrasonic cleaner. I fixed the lapis card at least well enough to sell it because it's just not what I guess just not going to really be as useful as I thought it would be. Let's see, the G3, I think the G3 will fit in my reflow oven, but it won't be dry for before I go to bed, so I guess for tonight's Mac stream, it's a 50% success. Yes, I got the lapis card fixed, but that was, well, and I guess it wasn't a slam dunk guarantee I'd get it fixed. But the G3 doesn't work still. It's still bugging me that I had to solder on jumpers for the processor. I'm hoping I didn't completely permanently break the original jumper block, just in case I do manage to find a 333 processor. Well, I guess I can try to put that back together while I'm thinking of it if I can find where I creatively misplaced it. You would think that as short of a time as it's been since I set it to the side, that would have been not enough time to lose it, but oh, that's where we're both wrong, because now I gotta figure out. Yeah, I'll take the successes as I get them. Not every stream can be a winner. Not every G3 can be a repair success the first stream. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'm embarking on my five-year repair. My 5-year repair. Oh, there it is. Okay, I guess let me see if I can put this back together while I somewhat remember what the order of the jumpers is. And I guess I'll have to look on eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret, and see if I can find either the proper jumper block, some mini jumpers that actually fit, because believe me, I'm going to remove those solder blobs at some point. Or maybe a 333 processor. That is assuming I don't lose the pieces I need to fix this. Alright. Alright, well, okay, I think I got the first one in. Oh, hold on. I'm not looking at the right spot. Okay, so it was 1, and then skip 1. No, and then skip 2. So 1 in. Skip 2. 1, 2. Alright. One. So if anyone has a lead on a G3 333 megahertz processor, let me know. The cheaper, the better. I realized that was the high-end spec. But maybe one of you all out there was just crazy enough to take the high-end spec G3 desktop model processor out and, I don't know, maybe replace it with some sort of a G4 upgrade. And now you're like, oh, I've never used this G3 again. It's so boring. It doesn't play the games I want it to play. Whereas I just want a G3 desktop. I got plenty of G4s. There we go. I think I got my jumper block back together. And according to the manual I'm looking at... Yep, that's right. There we go. Yes, eBay is the conduit from my wallet to others, and... Yeah, Sad Mac, you managed to lose the thing that was in your hand 5 seconds ago. Well, I'd probably lose my head if it wasn't attached, firmly attached to my shoulders by my neck. Although I think I completely butchered that statement that my grandparents, I grew up listening to them say. Alright, so this is a G3 333 megahertz jumper block. If I don't write that on there, I'll forget what it's for. Yeah, I'm hoping this month that maybe I would really like to do less eBay wallet money conduit-ing. Because I got enough stuff I can probably... I'm hoping I can get away with, like, buying very little on eBay. Except maybe a part or two for projects, but, like... That's it. I would really like to, like, go a month and just try to... I mean, buy parts, sure, but not from eBay. I got enough stuff. I don't really need to buy much from eBay. Unless maybe some nice, a good number of things I'm going to list sell on eBay, then maybe I might feel a little more generous on eBay, but... Okay, there is one more thing I need to do. And I know it's not Mac related, but it is something I need to do so I can at least accept a Mercari transaction. So this could be considered spoilers for next Thursday's stream. So let me go grab it. Assuming I can, like, pick it up. It's, let's just say that I picked the box up off the porch and I was not expecting how heavy it was. So I will show it off real quick, and then I will put it into the machine in question real quick, and then I will power the machine up in question real quick, and hopefully I won't get any weird error messages other than what I've seen, but... So... Ooh! What's this, you might ask? Well... it should be an upgraded system board. Although, I have to say, really, SGI, did you really have to put the bodge on top of your logo? Must have been some important need to bodge the board to actually put it on top of their own logo on a product that probably cost 5 digits back in the day. But who am I to argue with them? They probably needed to do it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course it's SGI. Yeah, I need to jam it in the, yeah, right over the logo. I mean, could they have not put the bodge, like, maybe, like, here on this side of the standoff? Because it looks like it's just a transistor and a resistor or something. Or maybe, I don't know, on the, well, okay, maybe there's not a through-hole via for the bottom side, or, I'm like, could you not put it in this blank area here? It's like, right on top of the logo. It's like, there's just some things, it's like, for expensive products. It's kind of like, I don't know, if you were going to go buy, I don't know why, Gucci or one of those expensive designer brands just popped in my mind of, like, they've got a product and they're having problems with it falling apart, and the solution is to put seam stitches through all their mini logos that are on the outside of the product. It's like, it's right smack dab through every single one of the logos decorating their product, because we all know the more times you can put your logo on the outside of the product, the more expensive it is. So it's like, whatever. Yeah. Anyways, this should be, I think, the 400 megahertz system board, but that I probably won't be able to confirm until next Tuesday when I actually boot the SGI. I just need to make sure it powers up with this board in it so I can accept the transaction from the seller. That's really all I'm going to do. I'm going to extract the current system board, jam this one in, and just make sure it powers up. That's it. Because I just, I don't want to accept the transaction if it doesn't work. Although it would certainly help if I had the right screwdriver to do this, so... Okay. Well, maybe I won't be doing this tonight after all, because that requires me to find a screwdriver. Oh, wait. Like a different one that I had in my hand a little while ago. Actually, I think I need a screwdriver that is... Okay, let me see if I can find the bit. Yeah. Yeah, Rogers. Logo, a 2-cent part that raises the MSRP 1,000 or 100%. Actually, I think in this case, the logo is what justifies this, the octane going from between like 10,000 plus. Oh, I bought a system board for my octane, and I just need to make sure it works before I accept the transaction on Mercari. So, the G3 is in the ultrasonic cleaner. I guess I was waiting long enough for it to kick off so I could, like, show the cleaned board before I end the stream. Come on, board. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's just right in there. All right. Oh, cool. Well, I guess one good thing about this is... Oh, thanks, Adam. Cool. Well, this means I now have more RAM for my Octane. I don't know how much is on the board that I got off Mercari. I don't know how much is on the board that I got from Ian, but might as well go ahead and put all the RAM on the one good board, or the new board. There we go. There's the original board, and interestingly enough, it has the same bodge over the SGI logo. Go figure. Also, I gotta find a place to set this board. These are fragile. And it's actually the backplane connector that I'm most concerned about. There we go. All right. Let me remove the paper protectors over the compression connectors. All right, so it should be a slot it in, screw it in, and power it up test. All right, screwing the new board in now. Okay. Grab the power cable, plug it in. Hmm. Okay. Okay, well, looks like I have a little bit of troubleshooting to do because I was thinking I should be able to plug it right in and it would power right up, but I probably don't have it seated, so I'm going to unscrew it and pull it and reseat it. This would be the SGI dance that I've been told oh so much about with these compression connectors. But anyways, let me go grab the G3 board out of the ultrasonic cleaner. We'll take a quick peek at its cleanliness. Yeah. So, the board is still wet. It just came out of the ultrasonic cleaner, but it does appear, at least without a microscope, it does appear as if the crud that was between the video pins is definitely gone. The area between the PCI connectors is now clean because I couldn't get there with the toothbrush. Overall, I think the board will look cleaner, although it'll be more apparent once I give it a rinse and dry it, because that's when I might realize that there's still crud between pins on chips. I don't know that it's the signs of capacitor leakage, because it could also be the fact that this board was just stored in a very, very poor conditions and it was dirt. And maybe corrosion from storage conditions. Also, I did put so I didn't clean the personality card, because I'll have to disassemble it a little more before I'd want to clean it, but it looked fine because it was probably stored. It looked like the system was stored, I guess, on its feet, because the personality card looks fairly clean, kind of like if any dust settled, it would have kind of fallen and hit these areas of the board and not the personality card itself. I did go ahead, though, and I cleaned the ROMs, the ROM slot, and the DIMMs that were in here because they were kind of dirty. I cleaned the memory that goes here because it had dirt caked on the top. I didn't clean the processor, though, because it would have been protected by the drive cage. Plus, it's I didn't want to risk cracking the die of the processor, although I guess I did risk cracking that die there. And I thought I saw something weird in the ROM socket, but I think it's just a pin that's reflecting light slightly differently. So anyways, it does look cleaner. And, well, I just put it through the ultrasonic cleaner, Thomas, and I was going to end the stream because I won't be able to clean and rinse it and dry it before it's like way too late now. Basically, I never got any past a chime. I never got a video image, but I noticed there was dirt caked between the graphics chip pins or something. So I realized that I'm going to have to try ultrasonically cleaning it and try again. So, anyways, so that's where that is. The Lapis video card, it works. You'll see it for sale on eBay at some point soon. And the SGI, well, that's all I'm going to show for this stream, but I am going to I'm going to try to get reseat the system board to see if I can get it to power up with it in so I can test it. Yeah, it looks like it's a nice clean board. It'll probably work. That might actually have fixed it. It just the problem might have been crud between pins. I mean, it might still need recapped. Granted, after isopropyl cleaning and ultrasonic cleaning, if the caps have leaked, it's going to be hard to tell. But that I'll probably determine by stability. I'm hoping, though, that even if the caps are bad, there's enough tantalums and other caps on the board that maybe I'll get some signs of life before I go through the trouble of recapping it. So, Adam needs my hat size. I think I'm a 59. It looks like this hat's a 7 1/4 or a 59, but these hats kind of fit funny, so I'm probably closer to like a 7 3/8, and or maybe like a 60, depending on what sizes. So, yeah, Vic's saying recap, they're usually not that bad just yet. Give them another 5 years and they'll need to recap. Well, if I continue to not have progress, I may recap it sooner rather than later. I'd rather, I mean, there's some caps that are there's a lot of caps close to plastic, so. But anyways, let's see. Thomas is asking, more 486 streams. Dun 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 dun. That board may be lurking there because we'll take a look at it on Thursday. Because today was I guess this was the I'm a Mac stream, and I just now realized that I meant to start with the I'm a Mac and I'm a PC monologue, but oh well. Too late for that. Yes, so Thursday is the I'm a PC stream. And yeah, tantalums are easy to check. I'm not doing it tonight. The board's wet, which will throw off the results. And it's like getting close to 12:30. But yeah, so Thursday's the I'm a PC stream. Oh, yeah, it's good to see you in the chat, Adam. One of these days we'll get to see each other in person again. So, anyways, yep, the 486 board will come out. The 486 board will be back on Thursday. I have a little bit of update on it. I may have looked at it on Dave's stream. I have an update. The Packard Bell will come out to play. I'd like to see if it boots. See if the disc has a tattoo on it, which means I need to remember to download the disk image for the program that you run to see if the Track 0 has the Packard Bell tattoo on it. Might try to restore it if the hard drive works. It's a lot like the Packard Bell we bought as our first brand new family computer that we then had to return to Sears at some point very soon after buying it because the CD-ROM drive got damaged. We had the extended warranty that covered accidental damage, and they never sent the tech out after multiple attempts to call them. And we took the computer back to Sears under the satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. And, well, manager had no choice but to take it back. I think probably at some point they changed their return policy on computers because they kind of became more of the satisfaction guaranteed or your money back with exceptions. But this was the time where it was pretty much the sign was on the wall at customer service, and basically when Dad had the manager come out and he pointed at the sign, he's like, "Your guarantee says you will take this back because I'm not satisfied." And the manager was like, "Yep, all right, you're right." So, and then we bought a Hewlett-Packard, which while I've seen many Packard Bells show up for sale that look like the Packard Bell we had, I have yet to see a HP Pavilion, I believe it was, that show up anywhere for sale that looks like the one we had. Because I don't know if it was like an early Pavilion model that they didn't sell many of. I think it was like a Pentium 66 in the Pavilion. I think we bought it on sale. It might have been on clearance. Because seemingly it was a slower processor than the Packard Bell we had bought. But I think it was on sale or clearance at a really good price, so we couldn't pass it up. Do I really remember the reduced 9 megahertz of performance? Not really. I mean, a lot of it was for schoolwork, so. Anyways, so with that, I hope to see you all Thursday. We'll have some PC fun. And RetroTech Chris just finished his workday. Wow, and must have detected that I was talking about PCs and Packard Bells to pop in to say hi. So yeah, Thursday, Chris. Packard Bell's gonna we'll have some fun with the Packard Bell on Thursday and the 486, and we'll go from there. I do know that the 486 that I have setting to my left has a really nice video card in it. And I think I've decided which processor I'm going to couple with the motherboard. And I think I did actually this morning find the sim that I'd been looking for on Dave's stream and couldn't find. I think I found it. It was actually in my Quadra 650 logic board. Embarrassingly enough. So I found it. It was in a logic board that I'd forgot putting it in. But anyways, yeah, we'll do a master restore on the Packard Bell. Because I don't know what's on it. And we'll go from there. And the 486, the Packard Bell, which is a Pentium 75. And we'll go from there. We'll see. And then next Tuesday, the SGI Octane will hopefully cooperate. I'm going to have to try reseating the system board I just installed in it to see if it cooperates. It's probably just not seated quite well, so I'm sure reseating it'll probably resolve its problems. Assuming a pin didn't get... I should probably check the compression connector to make sure a pin didn't get bent, because that would be a shame. That system board that I got today, that I bought off Mercari, was the high-end system board, or it might second to high-end. It's the one that has the 400 megahertz MIPS processor, and had memory on it. So, of course, granted, if that system board doesn't work, I may still keep it, because I think the memory's worth the $70 I paid for it. Anyways, yeah. Good night, everyone. I think with this, it's time for me to end the stream so I can rinse this G3 board and put it in the reflow oven to dry, because I think it will just fit. And so take care. I hope to see you all next time, and I'm trying to make sure I'm clicking on the correct thing, so bye. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.